We're just about ready to kick off today's qualifying here in Melbourne. It's the Australian Grand Prix. And as we wait, poised for the start of what will hopefully be a thrilling qualifying, why don't you tell us, Anthony Davidson, about the things you can do to really get the most out of a car in a session like this?
Well, you're largely limited by the Parc Fermé regulations, of course. Back in the old days, pre-2004, you'd work on both a qualifying setup and a race setup over practice, and then swap them over after qualifying. So the race car was quite different at times to the qualifying car. Nowadays, though, you have to find a compromise that works for both. There are a few things that you can still adjust during the session, such as the differential, the brake bias, and the front wing angle, but that's about it. So it's more about optimising what you do have and adapting your own style to suit the track conditions.
Fantastic. You've got pole.
We're all ready for tomorrow's race, but before we begin, let's have a quick look at those who will be fronting the grid. Mia, Russell and Sergio Perez. With qualifying wrapped up, we now have our grid line up for the big race tomorrow. Be sure to join us then for what will no doubt be a fantastic race.
Well done. Very solid results. You're looking good for the race.
They say that even a second is an eternity in Formula One, so going 4 winter months with no racing at all has seemed a very long time indeed. We're back though in Melbourne, home of the Australian Grand Prix since 1996. The Melbourne circuit is certainly one that needs to be taken seriously. Its combination of slippery surfaces and difficult corners make it a tricky track when it comes to overtakes. Drivers find it hard to pass and will need to take full advantage of those DRS zones if they want to have any hope of breaking through. I'm joined today in the commentary box, as I will be throughout this season, by a great racing driver, former F1 competitor, former world champion, and as he tells me all too often, an all-round top chap. It's the one and only Anthony Davidson. And tell me, here we are, first Grand Prix of the season, first time racing these cars. What are the big questions that need to be answered here, in your view?
Oh, thanks, Crofty. It's a real privilege to be here, and I can't wait to see what's in store for us this season. Now, to answer your question, one of the biggest things is reliability. Formula One cars are full of very sophisticated but also very sensitive technology, and this first Grand Prix of the season is going to push them to the limits. So the most important thing today is to stay out of trouble, get to the end of the race and keep everything in good condition.
Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Mia lines up on pole position, and starting next to them is George Russell. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Perez, Verstappen, Nico Hülkenberg and Butler, Weber, Albon, Leclerc and Lance Stroll, Hamilton, Ricciardo, Valtteri Bottas and Magnussen, Gasly, Raikkonen, Romain Grosjean and Carlos Sainz. Giovinazzi and Sebastian Vettel starts from the back of the grid, and with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
Great start to the season. Let's convert this pole into a... Let's focus now for the rest of the race. Entering lap 3 now, DRS has been enabled. New strategy is available on the MFD. Understood, copy that. Approaching the pit window, you'll be on the mediums. Gap to teammate behind is 20.4 seconds. Okay, box, box, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Times are falling off. We want you to pit in for repairs. Box, box, box. Release, release. Okay, stay clear of the white line on the exit. We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross over into the track. Gap ahead is 1.8 seconds. is in for his stop. Teammate by 13.2 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. They're in 14th. Max is currently in P5. The gap is 7.8 seconds. They're on old softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1:31.0. Okay, some information on Bottas. They have some kind of mechanical problem. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. laps of fuel remaining. We pretty much burned off our excess fuel. We'll be back on target soon. Don't wait too long to turn the engine down. Is in P10 at the moment. The gap is 32.4 seconds. They're on fresh hards. The time last lap was a 1 minute 35.6. There's an incident in the next part of the track. No overtaking through the yellow flags. Okay, clear. There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining. This is your final lap of the race. Some information on Butler. They seem to have an issue. Fantastic. You've won the Grand Prix.
Great effort there from Ferrari to take the victory today. Anthony Davidson, what helped them deliver this result, do you think?
I really feel the track layout combined with the track temperatures we saw today suited their car. These cars come alive when the tyres are just at the right temperature, and the driver did a great job managing that as well. They just look so comfortable out there. It's like anything, it always looks so easy when it all just clicks.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today, and a stunning win for Ferrari. Let's have a look then at the drivers' standings. Mia takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship. Now, let's discuss, Ants. Who would you say is a contender for Driver of the Day?
I'll probably go for Pierre Gasly. The team did a good job with the strategy to put him in amongst the pack, but it's the driver's job to capitalise on those opportunities, and he did so with a lot of skill.
Let's move on to the constructors. Mercedes moved to the top of the table. Well, that was certainly an incredible weekend of racing. Be sure to join myself and Ant for more exciting Formula One action soon.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. Was there really any competition for you today? Your former teammate had a rough time out there and wasn't able to finish. That's got to be frustrating for him. Do you think it was a smart move by his new team to sign up your old F2 rival? You left some bodywork out there on the track. Were you struggling for grip? Great. Well, that's everything.
Fantastic podium. Well done. Keep pushing like this for the rest of the season.
Here we are then, the calm before the storm, as we wait for this field of iconic cars to burst into life for the historic invitational event today. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to be here and welcome along to all of you at home as well. So grab a cup of tea and get ready as our competitors make their final preparations.
Okay, if you don't behave yourself from now on, we're going to end up disqualified.
Congratulations on your success in the Invitational event. It might not help you in the championship standings, but it definitely helps to build your reputation.
Bahrain qualifying is nearly upon us and the drivers look as if they're all geared up to go. I expect we'll be getting underway very shortly. When it comes to getting lap time out of this circuit, it's traditionally been about maximising top speed. Do you simply remove as much downforce as possible, hang on in the corners and max out down the straights?
Top speed is a key factor for this circuit. Even if you can achieve the same lap time as someone running less wing than you, chances are you'll find overtaking difficult if you have too much drag.
mate. Really well done. That was a fantastic drive.
With qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves of our top three: Mir, Weber and Devon Butler. Well, that wraps up qualifying.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. Lucas was on fire in qualifying today. How does it feel to be on the front of the grid with your old F2 teammate beside you? Well, thanks anyway.
Well done. That was a good qualifying performance.
The curtain rises once more then on the desert stage of Sakir as the players take their places for the opening act. Will they enthrall us like they did in 2014 with that titanic battle between Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton? Well, we'll find out shortly as we get underway here in Bahrain. We'll be racing around 3.36 miles of the magnificent Bahrain International Circuit today. Keep an eye out for drivers locking the front left down into the tricky braking zone of turn 10. With the Grand Prix nearly upon us, Anthony Davidson is by my side once again to offer his perspective. Let's talk about Mir. That was a great win in the last race. Can they keep that momentum going this weekend?
There are never any guarantees in this business, but certainly the performance last time out would have boosted their confidence coming into this one.
It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Mir lines up on pole position, and starting alongside is Lucas Weber. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Butler, Leclerc, Max Verstappen and Russell, Gasly, Hulkenberg, Albon and Carlos Sainz, Ricciardo, Vettel, Kevin Magnussen and Stroll, Perez, Hamilton, Valtteri Bottas and Roman Grosjean. Giovinazzi and Kimi Raikkonen finishes off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
You've done well to put it on pole, but we've still got work to do. Trying to cover the inside line off the start. phase. Now let's build on it. Is currently in 6th place, P6. The difference is 5.0 seconds. They're on fresh softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1:39.2. Okay, entering lap 3 now. DRS has been enabled. Gap to teammate behind is 6.0 seconds. They're on fresh softs. They're in 5th. The time last lap was a 1:35.6. Approaching the pit window, you'll be on mediums. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Copy that. expect these tyres to be good for a while yet. Just be careful with them in the high-speed corners. Increasing the gap to the car behind by a few seconds per lap. Keep this up. Push now. We're boxing this lap. Box this lap. Keep an eye on your distance to the speed limit line as you approach, and make sure you don't speed. Exit now. Okay, stay clear of the white line on the exit. We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross over into the track. minutes. Behind us is 1.5 seconds. Boxed for the mediums, car behind on the medium tyre. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. leading our teammate by 38.2 seconds. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. You've done everything we wanted today.
Ferrari have really pulled it out of the bag today. It's a great win. Talk to me, Ants. What was it that set them apart from the competition today?
Well, I honestly feel it was down to the driver and car today. I mean, we can talk driver skill all day, but if you don't have a solid team to back that, you're never going to get anywhere. When you hit that sweet spot of having both an excellent driver and an incredible car, that's when you see results like those we witnessed today.
Ferrari are at it again, an excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there. So let's review the updated driver standings. Mia increases their championship lead. Let's focus on the driver of the day. Anthony Davidson, who do you pick?
Well, it's got to be Kevin Magnussen. He displayed exceptional skill out on the track today and wasn't afraid to fight his way through the pack.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. Ferrari take the lead at the top of the table. Another team that will be satisfied with this Grand Prix is Alfa Romeo, whose good result moves them further up the championship. And with that, we wrap up another weekend of motorsport. But with more races lined up, be sure to join us when we come back with more Formula One.
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts. Do you think your rival learned from his battle with you? You had a close battle today, didn't you? Appreciate your time.
Just wanted to say congrats on the podium. It's thoroughly deserved. We were sweating those last few laps on the pit wall, but you brought it home.
Welcome to Shanghai, China, for what I've no doubt is going to be a fantastic F1 qualifying session. Now then, Anthony Davidson, you're not getting any younger, but you have been involved in your fair share of qualifying sessions in an illustrious 30-year career. How do you deal with the pressure when you have that one chance to deliver a perfect lap?
It's not so much about dealing with the pressure, it's more about how you approach the risk and just how much of it are you willing to take. You're constantly balancing the car on the edge of grip from braking, cornering and traction. And over the course of a lap, it's easy to get that balance wrong. And that's why achieving the perfect lap is almost impossible. As you say, I've been doing this 30 years now, and it never gets any easier.
Excellent lap. We're really pleased.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our top three today. Mir, Weber and Sergio Perez. With qualifying complete, all that remains is the main event. We'll be
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. Tell us about qualifying. Lucas was on top form today, wasn't he? It must be a great feeling to be on the front of the grid. Well, thanks anyway.
Well done. Very solid result. You're looking good.
It's time to find out which driver is up to the task of claiming the Chinese Grand Prix. We're here in Shanghai. We start a lap here at Shanghai with the long, difficult right-handers of turns 1 and 2, the first of 16 corners that make up this 3.3-mile circuit. The incredibly long back straight provides the best passing opportunity of the lap, with speeds in excess of 200 miles per hour before the braking zone of turn 14. Joining me once again to take you through this race is the effervescent Anthony Davidson, and I'm very much looking forward to it getting underway. You raced here, of course, didn't you, back in your Super Aguri days in that infamous Chinese Grand Prix of 2007?
Yeah, that's right. I didn't last that long, though, unfortunately. Qualifying had gone pretty well, but my brakes failed quite early in the race, around lap 10 or 11, something like that. And of course, back in 2004, I was the very first Formula 1 driver to complete a lap of this circuit. Just thought I'd mention that for you, Crofty. You like a good stat. It's a fairly tough circuit on the brakes here, though. You know, there's that long back straight down into turn 14, and then you've got turns 6 and 11. They're quite heavy as well. On top of that, managing your front tyre wear is always a challenge around here, so there's a lot to keep in mind during the Grand Prix.
It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Mia lines up on pole position with Lucas Weber alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Perez, Leclerc, George Russell and Gasly, Verstappen, Butler, Hülkenberg and Alexander Albon, Sainz, Magnussen, Lewis Hamilton and Vettel, Giovinazzi, Ricciardo, Lance Stroll and Valtteri Bottas. Grosjean and Kimi Räikkönen finishes off the grid, and with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Now that we've got some points on the board, let's continue this form and aim for another top 10 finish. That's a decent start. Good job. job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far. Okay, you're creating some breathing space between you and the car behind by a few seconds per lap. Is currently in 6th place, P6. The difference is 17.4 seconds. They're on fresh softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1:41.0. This lap, so push now. Box this lap. Go now. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. is in for his stop. Is currently in 6th place, P6. The gap is 32.0 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 2-minute 0.1. Someone's come off ahead of you. There's a yellow flag ahead. Caution, caution. Teammate behind is 31.9 seconds. We're leading our teammate by 31.9 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. They're in second. The time last lap was a 1-minute 41.6. There's 6 laps of fuel remaining. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. Fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. There's 4 laps of fuel remaining. Here's who we're really fighting today, Leclerc and Gasly. Is looking really good. You're managing it well. Max is in P4 at the moment. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 1:41.1. remaining. This is your final lap of the race. To teammate behind is 52.7 seconds. Absolutely awesome, just amazing, well done.
Here's our winner, pulling their Ferrari into Parc Fermé. What a fantastic race it was. What do you think it was, Ant, that gave them the edge over the competition today?
Well, I know it's a bit of a boring answer, but the truth is they simply had the best speed package on the day, and a driver who knows how to take advantage of that. It doesn't matter how much time you spend poring over the stats and planning strategies if you can't keep the pace, and our winner today showed they could do both.
Looking at the podium, you can see that red suit familiar to fans across the globe. A world-class win for a world-class team. Ferrari do it again. So, let's review the drivers' standings. Mia increases their championship lead. Some amazing talent out on the track today. But Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
For me, it's Kimi Räikkönen, someone who definitely doesn't get enough attention for how well he performs out on the track.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. Ferrari continue to extend the gap at the top of the table. I'm equal parts exhausted and elated with this weekend of Formula One. Be sure to join us for the next one.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. It was more like Dodgems than Formula One today, wasn't it? Do you think that your close rivalry has helped you out this season? Well, thanks anyway.
Great work. That's exactly the kind of result I'm looking for. Keep it up. Looks like one of your rivals has also been invited to a historical event. This could be a good opportunity to play up your rivalry for the press and expand your reputation.
Hello again, and thank you for joining us today for one of the few events this year that won't have a critical impact on the World Championship. So maybe we can all relax just a little bit more and enjoy the action from this wonderful field of historic cars.
continue to cut corners, the stewards will give you a penalty.
Congratulations on your success in the invitational events. It might not help you in the championship standings, but it definitely helps to build your reputation.
Welcome to qualifying in the Republic of Azerbaijan. The teams are making their last-minute adjustments before the lights go green, and the fight for pole position can get underway. When it comes to getting lap time out of this circuit, it's traditionally been about maximising top speed. Do you simply remove as much downforce as possible, hang on into the corners and max out down the straights?
The teams will have arrived with all manner of parts designed to capitalise on the long straights. The cars will be that much harder to drive in the corners, but everyone will be in the same boat.
Fantastic. You've got pole.
We're all ready for tomorrow's race, but before we begin, let's have a quick look at those who...
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts. A superb qualifying performance from your old F2 teammate today. You left a lot of paint on the walls today. Were you struggling for grip, or did you just... Well, thanks anyway.
Well done. That was a good qualifying performance.
And a warm welcome to you from Azadlik Square, heart of Baku and home, of course, to the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. With high speeds, tight corners and few run-off zones, many are expecting a safety car here today, so our drivers will have to stay very much on their toes and hopefully away from the barriers. Baku City Circuit then, an unpredictable 3.7-mile track around the streets of the Azerbaijan capital. 20 turns for our drivers to navigate today, including the infamous Turn 8, one of the tightest and most challenging corners of the season. Anthony Davidson joins me today as we look ahead to something just a little bit different. It's quite high speed for a street circuit here, isn't it? Do you think that's going to throw up any unexpected situations?
Well, as long as the teams can keep everything cool, I don't foresee any particular big issues from a technical side of things. I do expect the track to be quite slippery though. We've not exactly had much chance to rubber in the surface. Any street circuit also comes with its own challenges, so I think we'll be seeing a few mistakes here and there. The smart strategy would be to expect a safety car, I think, especially early on when the pack is bunched up.
Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Mia lines up on pole position, and starting alongside is Lucas Faber. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Butler, Gasly, Sergio Perez, and Sainz, Leclerc, Magnussen, Vettel and Lewis Hamilton, Verstappen, Albon, Daniel Ricciardo and Stroll, Giovinazzi, Grosjean, Kimi Raikkonen and George Russell. Bottas and Nico Hülkenberg completes the grid. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's go down to the track.
You should have some space going into the first corner, so try to keep it tidy. Nice start. Max is sat in P8. The gap is 7.3 seconds. They're on fresh softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1 minute 53.6. You're increasing the gap to the car behind by a few seconds per lap. Keep this up. Strategy is available on the MFD. Copy. That was the fastest lap of the race so far. This lap, push hard on the in-lap. Okay, the gap behind is 13.2 seconds. box this lap. Go, go, go. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. Is out of the race. Has boxed for the mediums. Car behind on the medium tyre. P6 is in P10 at the moment. The difference is 25.3 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. Right, come in at the end of this lap. Are you okay? That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. Complete, go now. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. That's a new fastest lap for the race. There's 4 laps of fuel remaining. Laps of fuel left. This is your final lap of the race. Nice work, that's P1. Race win. Well done.
Well, what a drive that was to take the win for Ferrari today. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
Well, they certainly stood out as a driver with tons of confidence on the track. I think their ability to keep their cool, even during some of the more hectic parts of the race, meant they were able to capitalise on the mistakes of other drivers, giving them the opportunity to make their way to the top spot with ease.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again. Let's have a quick look at how the driver standings have changed. Mia increases their championship lead. After an incredible day of racing, who was your driver of the day, Ant?
But there's no question in my mind, it has to go to George Russell. What a performance. He's got every right to be proud of what he accomplished out there today.
Let's move on to the constructors. Ferrari continued to extend the gap at the top of the table. It was also a strong Grand Prix from Haas F1 this weekend. Fantastic work from the American team to move themselves further up the table. Well, Ant, an end to another fantastic weekend of racing. Thanks to everyone who joined us, and we'll see you for the next one.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. There wasn't much between you and Lucas by the finish today. Do you think you were lucky not to end your race with that crash? Appreciate your time.
Great work this weekend. It was fantastic to see you up on that podium. Our proposal has been accepted. The new contract will take effect from the next race weekend. You're being compared favourably against your teammate. Well done. As long as you're in the same car, they'll always be your #1 rival. So it's important to keep this up.
You join us today at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya for what's bound to be a really hectic qualifying as the teams compete to set the best lap times. So then, Ant, it's another Grand Prix weekend, another exciting qualifying session ahead of us. What are you going to be looking out for over the next few minutes?
The first question's going to be who can avoid making mistakes. There isn't much margin for error in qualifying, and you have to bear in mind that the track conditions may have changed since practice, particularly as we've had a few support races in the meantime. If the brake bias settings, for example, don't take this into account, it's extremely easy to lock up a front wheel and cause a flat spot. Just like that, your lap's ruined, and you've wasted a set of tyres to boot.
Mate, really well done. That was a fantastic drive.
With qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves of our top three. Mir, Weber and George Russell. With qualifying wrapped
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts. Lucas was on fire in qualifying today. How does it feel to be on the front of the grid with your old F2 teammate beside you? Appreciate your time.
Well done. Very solid result. You're looking good for the race.
What does the Spanish Grand Prix have in store for us today, I wonder? I hope we see some tight wheel-to-wheel action down the main straight, circa Mansell and Senna way back in '91. Or maybe we'll have a more strategic race here on a track where overtaking can be difficult. It's a sellout crowd of 140,000 here today as we await lights out for the 730-metre sprint down to turn 1 of this 2.9-mile racetrack. Overtaking is challenging through these 16 corners, but there's still a lot of high-speed excitement to be found, including the flat-out turn 3 and the terrifying blind right of turn 9. And with me as usual is Anthony Davidson. Let's talk about Mia. That was a great win in the last race. Can they keep that momentum going this weekend?
It's always nice to come into a Grand Prix weekend on a high, but your expectations are based much more on your practice and qualifying runs. So it's the momentum from those sessions that they'll be hoping to carry into the race today.
Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's race. Mia lines up on pole position, with Lucas Weber alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Gasly, Nico Hülkenberg, and Hamilton, Butler, Albon, Verstappen, and Sergio Perez. Sainz, Ricciardo, Kevin Magnussen, and Bottas, Stroll, Vettel, Charles Leclerc, and Kimi Raikkonen. Grosjean and Antonio Giovinazzi starts from the back of the grid. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Jeff here, just a quick radio check. Can you hear me? Right, we're hoping for another podium this weekend. Let's go out there and get a result. Start we were looking for, but it's not over yet. Stay focused. That brings you up a place. Race officials have enabled DRS. DRS is now available. systems. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Confirmed. Yellow flag. Caution, caution, yellow flags ahead. No overtaking through the caution zone. Be careful until you see the greens. Okay, clear. We're leading our teammate by 13.8 seconds. Good job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far. Window open. Let's box this lap. Pit now. strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. Is in the pits. Our gap behind is 22.7 seconds. Recommend you box for a new one. A new strategy is available on the MFT. Got that confirmed? Exit now. We're not going to be able to run in this engine mode much longer, we're about a lap over target. Drop down to mix too soon. Is 13.3 seconds. The difference is 48.1 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 1:26.3. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. We're seeing a gap form. target is +1. Faster engine modes are available. There's 4 laps of fuel remaining. Some information on Russell. They have an issue with their car. They're going to be slow. Great work. That's a new fastest lap for the race. This is your final lap of the race. There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining. Worked hard for that one. Congratulations.
That's a fantastic performance from Ferrari. It hardly looked in doubt. Anthony Davidson, how do you think they were able to set themselves apart today?
I think that smart tyre management on track and very smooth driving definitely assisted in their victory today. That combination meant they got the absolute maximum out of their tyres at all times.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today, and a stunning win for Ferrari. Let's see how the driver standings have changed. Mia increases their championship lead. So, Anthony Davidson, who would you rank as your driver of the day?
Well, my driver of the day has to be Charles Leclerc. He was unstoppable out on the track today, weaving through the competition with ease.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. Ferrari continued to extend the gap at the top of the table. There was also a strong showing from the Mercedes team today as they make their way up the standings. It's been an absolutely wild weekend of Formula One action. I can't wait to see what's next.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. You took the top points today. Was it a comfortable win? It wasn't the cleanest race today, was it? You had a pretty close finish with Lucas. What's it like racing a former teammate? You and Lucas seem to enjoy yourselves up on the podium today. Well, thanks anyway.
Fantastic podium. Well done. Keep pushing like this for the rest of the season.
Now, while today's classic exhibition event has no direct impact upon the Formula One World Championship, You better believe that with their reputations on the line, the drivers down there are still hungry to show that they've got what it takes to get a win.
Congratulations on your success in the invitational events. It might not help you in the championship standings, but it definitely helps to build your reputation.
We're here at the magical Circuit de Monaco for one of the most challenging qualifying sessions on the Formula One calendar. Who can add their name to the illustrious list of Monte Carlo pole sitters here today? This is the kind of track that eats rear tyres for breakfast, or so I'm told by more experienced drivers than myself.
Lots of low-speed exits means the rears are in for a lot of punishment. It's all too easy to spin them up coming out of a corner too aggressively. It might look great for us as spectators, as we love to see a car driven beyond its limits, but it's not going to result in a great long-run pace.
Excellent lap. We're really pleased.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our top three today. Mir, Weber and Max Verstappen. Well, that wraps up qualifying, but don't worry.
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts. Tell us about qualifying. Lucas was on top form today, wasn't he? It must be a great feeling to be on the front of the grid with Lucas alongside. Well, thanks anyway.
right. I think we can call that a successful qualifying. We should be in with a good chance in the race.
Motor racing has come a long way since the first Grand Prix of the early 20th century. We have faster cars, bigger circuits, highly trained drivers who've dedicated their lives to racing. But still, we return here. Still, it remains the most desired victory in Formula One. Still, we race the Monaco Grand Prix. We're on the French Riviera once more this weekend at the 2-mile-long Circuit de Monaco. The cars climb around 40 metres up through Beau Rivage, onto the casino, and then descending down towards the harbour through Sector 2. It's a very short run from pole position to the first of the 19 corners here, 7 to the left and 11 to the right. There's one single DRS zone as well, so don't expect that to make overtaking any easier today. Anthony Davidson joins me again for the race today. Let's talk about Mir. What do you make of their performance so far this season?
They've been avoiding mistakes and have had solid pace, so it's been a good season so far, but whether they can keep that up long term remains to be seen.
With the race minutes away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Mir lines up on pole position, and starting alongside is Lucas Faber. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Verstappen, Leclerc, Devon Butler, and Sainz, Gasly, Vettel, Hülkenberg, and George Russell, Magnussen, Albon, Kimi Raikkonen, and Grosjean. Ricciardo, they've taken a grid penalty. Bottas, Lewis Hamilton, and Lance Stroll, Giovinazzi, and Sergio Perez completes our grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
Okay, it's a short run to Saint-Devote, and you know what Monaco's like, so try to defend this lead. We're in a good position. That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. You'll be on the mediums. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Okay, copy that. Increasing our gap on the car behind by around a second a lap. Boxing this lap, give us the best in lap you can. Box, box, box. Go now. Up to speed now. Let's get some heat into those tyres. Is in for his stop. plus 1 lap of extra fuel, fuel target plus... That was the fastest lap of the race so far. teammate behind is 24.3 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. They're in 6th. The time last lap was a 1 minute 17.0. Max is P7 at the moment. The gap is 24.9 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 1:17.1. Okay, you're creating some breathing space between you and the car behind by a few seconds per lap. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. You've been awarded a time penalty for that last incident. This is your final lap of the race. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. We're leading our teammate by 37.5 seconds. Great drive. We did it. Good job.
So, another excellent win from Ferrari. Anthony Davidson, what helped them deliver this result, do you think?
I'd say it was down once again to good, consistent driving, nailing the corners, working to the track conditions and perfecting the team's strategies. They got all of these things right today and the results speak for themselves.
Ferrari are at it again, an excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there. And after this round of the World Championship, here's how things look in the drivers' table. Mir increases their championship lead. Now, let's discuss, Ants. Who would you say is a contender for driver of the day?
I think it's got to be Lucas Weber. Time and time again, he proves that he's someone who can quietly get the job done, and that's exactly what he's done today.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. Ferrari continue to extend the gap at the top of the table. Meanwhile, Toro Rosso's strong weekend allows them to continue their march up the table. After an event like that, who knows what the sport has in store for us next time? Be sure to join us again as we continue to bring you the latest excitement in Formula One.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. You and Lucas weren't far apart by the finish. Do you enjoy racing against him? You left some bodywork out there on the track. Were you struggling for grip? Well, thanks anyway.
Great work this weekend. It was fantastic to see you up on that podium.
Putting aside for a moment the excitement of the Formula One World Championship, today's historic invitational makes a nice change of pace. It not only serves as a way to revisit some of the best cars in the sport's history, but also gives the drivers the opportunity to show off their skills and demonstrate to the crowds exactly why their reputations are so well deserved.
Congratulations on your success in the invitational events. It might not help you in the championship standings, but it definitely helps to build your reputation.